Oh, I normally don't like starting until the hour mark hits, but it's fine. I'm ready. I'm ready, and I can talk for a couple minutes. Hi, hello, hello, everyone. I didn't get to stream yesterday or the day before. I was a bit busy in the mornings. I guess I also didn't stream Tuesday, but I didn't plan to begin with. But um, yeah, I didn't want to play any more Castlevania games off stream, but I've been really looking forward to playing more of them. I really like these games. I really like these games. Ever since playing one almost exactly a week ago, I've been practically frothing at the mouth to play more. They're very fun. I do like them quite a lot. But I did end up playing Castlevania 2 off stream the other day, and I'd always heard that it was like one of the worst games ever made. One of the worst NES games at least. I don't think it's that bad. Like it's cryptic as hell and like that's kind of shit, but if you're using a guide, it's not really hard at all. It's in fact very easy. Uh kind of to a point of being boring. But it's not like a terrible game. It's just really mediocre. Honestly, I'd say it's like below average, but not at all the worst thing I've ever played. Just like nothing I would ever go back to either. So yeah, I was originally considering playing that one on stream, but that one's not really a classic Mania game. I mean, it is. It's Castlevania 2, but it's not the same style. It's closer to the Metroidvanias. And also, I knew that if I played that on stream, it would be 3 hours of me pausing every 5 minutes to look up a guide. And I was correct because that was my experience when playing it on my own. So yeah, not the best game to go in blind on, so I decided not to do that. Um, and originally I was considering, playing Castlevania 3 today. Um, because it's the next game in the line. Although technically I think a couple other like side games came out before this. Um, I think Haunted Castle, the arcade game, released before this point, so it wouldn't have been exactly chronological order anyways, but like as far as the NES games go, it would have been. The only problem though is that I'm actually like so Castlevania 1, I went in, it was the first playthrough, but it wasn't blind. I already knew quite a bit about the game. Um and I know some stuff about Castlevania 3, but not nearly as well, and I would just go in blind, but I'm kind of terrified of playing Castlevania 3 and spending like 8 hours fucking getting stuck because Castlevania 1 isn't that hard. It's not an easy game, but it's if you know what you're doing, if you know like techniques and stuff, it's pretty frictionless. It's a pretty frictionless experience. It's not boring by any means, but it is not ridiculously difficult. Castlevania 3, however, to my understanding, is like from my understanding is like one of the hardest games in the entire series, and like after playing one game, I guess two if you count Castlevania 2, but like it's that's different. Playing one game in the series, I think I want to play a couple that are easier first and build up to that one. Um, I think if I played it now, despite doing relatively well on Castlevania 1, I think if I played 3 now, I'd probably be here for significantly longer because that game is also longer in general. Castlevania 1 took me like I think 2.5 hours to finish. Although that was with a lot of like practicing certain techniques, so I probably could have beaten it in like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, if I just went through in one go. I think Castlevania 3 is a significantly longer game to my understanding, and it's way harder. That's probably gonna be like a 5 or 6 hour stream. And I wouldn't mind doing that today. I do actually want to go on for decently long today just because I didn't get to stream the last 2 days. But I don't know if I want to do that game quite this moment. I will play it eventually though, and it probably won't even be that long. Probably just sometime next week, but I want to play a couple others before that point just to kind of build up in terms of difficulty. I don't want to take on one of the hardest as the second game on stream. So yeah. So we're doing Bloodlines today. This is one of the Castlevania games that I like never hear anyone talk about. But I've heard it's good though. It's just, you know, kind of somewhat forgotten, but not a bad one. Almost forgot to actually pull up the game, but yeah. Yeah, I'm playing this on the Anniversary Collection, just like Castlevania 1 and 2. And the only reason I'm doing that is just because I already had it downloaded. It's convenient. I do have an emulator for these games, and like, it's NES emulation. It's not like there's gonna be any significant inaccuracies, but I like playing the official versions when available, and also when they're good, because as far as I'm aware, there's not any kind of major emulation problems with this collection, so shouldn't be having any problems from that. I do, however, need to make sure. Okay, never mind. No control settings to even worry about, because I had to mess around with the controls of 1 and 2 quite a bit. I'm gonna play on normal difficulty. I know there is an expert mode, although I think you have to beat the game once to finish it. Yeah, I'm gonna play on normal. I plan to, depending on how long it takes for me to complete one run, I may end up doing both characters, both John Morris and Eric Lacard. But at least at this moment, I'm gonna start with John Morris, go from there. I don't think this game will be that long, but I've always heard this is one of the shorter games in the series, but you know, never know. I know significantly less like techniques about this game than Castlevania 1, so even if it's easier than it, that doesn't mean I'll have an easier time necessarily. Because while I do know some minor techniques from this game, it's not much. It's only for the first couple levels. One weird thing that I do know is that you can aim up and down, well, up diagonally and down, but only while jumping. I'm not sure why exactly. You also can't do diagonal down. It's only diagonal up and then straight down. It's like a Y shape. You can only do both while jumping, and I'm not sure why exactly. It's a very strange decision, but it is somewhat interesting, I suppose. I do like how a lot of Castlevania games from this time, I don't want to say remake, but kind of do a reinterpretation of the first stage in Castlevania 1. Because that's basically what this one is. I'm already doing pretty bad. Yeah, like I said, significantly less knowledgeable of this game. So, going to take quite a few more hits and deaths. One thing I do know though is, to my knowledge, if you get hit while you have this power up, you lose it. Yeah, you don't keep it, unfortunately. So it's very hard to hold on to. And I am unfortunately clearly not good enough at this game to hold on to it long term. Fuck, I was not meaning to go down there. Trying to crouch, but unfortunately the go downstairs button is just straight down, not diagonal down. Wait, what the? Okay, I guess I can just jump on the stairs? Which I guess that's cool, but interesting. Okay, I'm already nearly done at the first stage. First few rooms. The controls aren't that different from Castlevania 1, but they're just different enough that it is going to take a bit of getting used to. At least I do start at the, at least I do start at, just at the same room, so it's not like I lose a massive amount of progress. Okay, instead of pressing up and attack, there's an entirely dedicated button for the sub-weapon, which makes sense. This is on the Genesis. It has more buttons, but it is something I'm not entirely used to. Let's see. Okay, doing an item crash. At least I think it's an item crash in this game. I know that's the term in other games, but I'm gonna assume it's the same for this one. So an item crash is just pressing up with the special sub-weapon button, so that down for the to go on the stairs is gonna trip me up so much. Hopefully I'll get more used to this as I go on. Because as is, I'm very clearly not doing well. Died in the first stage and close to dying a second time. Fuck. Yeah, as you can see, despite the fact that my Castlevania 1 run went pretty well, that was not because I'm good at these games as a whole, that was because I knew a lot about Castlevania 1 specifically. These other games that I know way less about, my playing quality is significantly worse. But hopefully that will improve as I go through the games. Yeah, all of the techniques I knew in Castlevania 1 took advantage of the strange NES hardware being kind of fucked. But where this is not on the NES, and so, you know, it's obviously still got some bugs to it. It's not quite as abusable in the same ways. So this is going to be instead of knowledge game, this is going to be more of I'm going to have to actually genuinely get good at this one. And that's easier said than done. As I mentioned during the Castlevania 1 stream, the only Castlevania game I've ever actually played was Symphony of the Night, which I love that game, but it is of course a very different type of game. Wait, what? Wait, oh, you can... Didn't know that you could grapple on the ceilings. Interesting. Nice wall meat. I'm glad it's not in too hard of a spot to find. This isn't actually technically, I'm actually surprised at how poorly I'm doing in this first stage, because surprisingly, even though I've not played this game before fully, this technically isn't my first time playing this first stage. because this was my test game. When I was testing out the collection and like kind of seeing how the emulation was, this was actually the game that I kind of opened up and just redid the first stage like 10 times, purely for testing purposes. So I feel like I should be better at this than I am, but nope. I am doing this boss is not hard, by the way. I am really not in the groove of this, clearly. I need to fucking get better at this, because even though this game to my knowledge is not nearly as hard as Castlevania 3, it's still not exactly known for being an easy game. I think that's the case for every Castlevania game. I do still need to at least be playing somewhat well, and I clearly am not. I need to kind of get a bit better. Seems like I can just crouch and avoid most of this boss's attacks at least, so yeah, it's not too hard once you figure it out, I guess. Yeah, that was very poor performance on the first level. I hope that now that I've kind of gotten a bit more used to the controls and stuff, I can hopefully do a bit better on the second stage. That way I'm not kind of completely floundering non-stop. The Atlantis Shrine in Greece. Yeah, of all of the stages in this game, this is probably the one that I know the most about, which isn't saying a ton, to be clear. I'm still not exactly the most knowledgeable of this game in general, but I do at least know a tiny bit about certain techniques and stuff that make this stage a little bit easier. So hopefully, despite this being the second stage, not the first, I may actually have an easier time in this one. I say as I'm clearly not, but you know. This game does have pretty good music so far, though. Not too surprising, pretty much every Castlevania game does, but I am someone who I know a lot of people aren't exactly fans of the Genesis sound chip, and honestly, it's understandable. I know that there is a way that you can kind of speedrun this boss by using a glitch to kind of hit it with the back of your whip. I do not know how to do that exactly. Oh shit. I don't know if you actually have to duck here, but I'm going to anyways. It's a bit safer. Okay. I am really close to dying. I should probably just go ahead and... Yeah, okay. Focus more on safety by using the sub-weapons. Probably the better option there. I am at 1 health, so I am... and also at 0 lives, so I am most likely going to die here, but it's fine. I have a better idea of what to do for the rest of the stage, so shouldn't be too much of an issue on the second round. Okay, good. I am surprised that did not hit me, but I will not complain. That was so close. Did not expect to live that. But I won't complain for sure. Never gonna complain about living. Look at what the Genesis's technology can do in comparison to the NES. The NES could never have that. Such an impressive... oh, fuck. Hit the button like 1 frame too late. First continue time. Oh, you have limited continues in this game? What the fuck? Oh, but I guess I still start at the same screen though, so that's good. A bit more unforgiving in terms of the number of continues you get, since in the original you had infinite. But still pretty forgiving in the actual placement of where those continues land you. That's good at least. Those heads seem easier to deal with than Castlevania 1 at least. I guess those guys block you if you hit the upper part of their body. But I guess going from below does not count as that, so that's nice. That looks like a fun spot to fall into. Okay, I can always take them out this way. Okay, that wasn't as bad as it looked. The weapons truly are powerful in all Castlevania games. Okay, this is a boss that I do know somewhat about. Not a ton, but a tiny bit. Clearly, despite knowing a bit about it, I am still pretty bad at it. As you can see. Okay, yeah, that one wasn't too bad. Stage 2 complete. As far as I'm aware, I think this game only has 6 stages, and we're like 15 minutes into playing, so maybe it really is as short as I've always heard. Now, of course, it could end up being a bit longer if the later stages are harder, or potentially individually longer. But so far, it doesn't seem too bad. I went cook 3 instead of the normal 2. See how I was about to say, let's see how long it takes for me to lose that. And the answer is literally before I can even finish the sentence. Takes even less time for me to die fully. Oh, I thought the bottom part of that would still hit. I guess not. Interesting. That makes these a lot easier to deal with, knowing that the kind of hail that they have does not actually count as a hit. Very good to know. Strange room. Not sure why sometimes they take 2 hits instead of 1, but I mean 2 hits instead of 3, but not sure how exactly to get past. Oh wait, yeah, the fucking the grapple. So glad that I figured that out at the very beginning of the game and then forgot about it entirely before now. But yeah, I guess that's what I need to do. I'm gonna assume. Okay, that was not intentional. Well, that's 2 continues down. Not even halfway through the game and already lost 2 of the continues. Very nice, very nice. Great sign for the second run as well, because from what I've heard, Eric Lacard, the second character, is actually significantly harder. Specifically against bosses, because I think he does less damage. But still, like, bosses are not. If he's harder, then That does not bode well. Can't say I love the platforming with that. It's... guess this thing is a boss now, not just a regular enemy. Seems to not be too hard of one though. So I'm gonna guess that probably is gonna end up having a second phase. Okay, I guess no second phase, but... Now I know this particular section is actually way easier with Eric, because he can kind of super jump up. But... yeah, I know this stage is like, kind of infamous normally, for being very difficult, and yeah, I can see why. I'm doing relatively fine so far, but... also just for the moment, I've kind of gotten lucky with where the Medusa heads have been. Yeah, it seems the easiest way to go through this is to just kind of stay as far to the top of the screen as possible. So, but yeah. Oh, is that it? It's the end of the section? Oh, that's cool. That's not as bad as I expected it to be. I know that particular section is kind of... to my knowledge was always considered hard without Eric. That's one of the few parts of the game that I do know is that one particular room. Because it's apparently really easy with Eric because he can super jump. But with John it's like generally considered significantly harder. Yeah, I guess it's not too bad even with him. Yeah, I have no clue which sub-weapon is generally considered the best in this game, by the way. Obviously in Castlevania 1, it's the holy water that can kind of just completely break every single boss. And even most normal enemies, but in this game, does not seem to be doesn't seem to be the case exactly. Also, I know this room is like pretty infamous as well, so hopefully I don't have too much trouble with it. But so far I'm definitely not doing great. Mostly because of those guys. They are very obnoxious enemy types. Okay. I'll probably go in with a bit more health. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I say as I immediately get hit. That was exactly what I was worried about, but I didn't wanna come up here to fight it. Okay. Already off to a pretty bad start for this room. I'm not sure how exactly I'm meant to deal with these. They have very difficult to avoid patterns, it seems. And they don't do like an insane amount of damage, but they also definitely don't do 0 damage for sure. They do a decent amount. Even if it's not like ridiculously bad. And they do die in one hit at least, so there's that, but... I feel like this is probably the sub-weapon that's best for dealing with these guys. But unfortunately, I do not have a ton of sub-weapon ammo left. And by a ton, I mean none as of now.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I hope losing all continues doesn't set you back to the beginning of the game, because I don't think I want to quite go that far back. If it does, I don't really want to use save states, but I may, just before that room, create a state just so that I don't have to redo the entire game, just in case. And if it doesn't do that, then I just won't use it, but I don't think I want to redo the first 2 stages just for that one room. I want to at least practice it a bit before that. Because as of now, I am definitely not very good at it. I am surprised that hit. But I will definitely not complain, for sure. Whoa, what the fuck? Hey, cool, I guess. Wow, that's all of my continues. I hope that it does not restart. And it seems like it will. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I don't like doing this, but I don't want to restart the entire game. I'm fine with restarting the stage as a whole, that I can live with. But the entire game, I don't think I want to redo that every time. It's a bit harsh. So, yeah, but I'm fine with redoing this first portion. Yeah, same as the continues in Castlevania 1. You have to redo the rest of the stage as well, but I'm fine with acting like that's how the continue system works, but I do not want to have to redo the entire game. That's a little bit much in my opinion. I'm very bad at holding on to that, clearly. Took out 2 all at once, nice. Oh yeah, that means I have to redo this room now. See, there's the backwards whip thing I mentioned on the earlier boss. I know there's one boss earlier that you can kind of cheese with that. Getting a bit more used to that at least. I completely forgot that this was even a boss. Literally already just did this like moments ago and kind of forgot about it. Can it even hit you from here? I'm genuinely not sure about that. I don't think it can. I think this is just a timing challenge for the jump, so if you don't run into its fire, I don't think it can even hit you. So yeah, that one's pretty easy if you don't act stupid like I was the first time. Now let's see if I have a harder time this attempt, because I know this one is generally a pretty infamous room to my knowledge, so surprised I got through as easily as I did the first time. I feel like it is quite likely that I will have a harder time this once. Maybe not. Maybe this room isn't as bad as I had heard. Maybe it's not that it's like terrible with John Morris, but just like easier with a card. I know with him, he can just super jump up this like entire place, so it's way easier with him. Maybe it's an expert. Maybe expert difficulty is the version where this room is hell, possibly. But I don't know. As both attempts I went through this though, the Medusa heads have kind of just been non-existent. Okay, I'm creating a save state here because I know I'm gonna continue dying at that next room like 500 times. And I wanna at least know what I'm doing when if I'm gonna have to redo that first section of the stage several times. I want to at least know what I'm doing once I get to this next portion. I don't want to redo it 500 times, like kind of just doing the same thing over and over, not knowing the exact actual route I need to go with. But I think I have gotten a better idea on how those this kind of winged skeletons work. I think I generally want to get them on the go around. Or actually, I guess I have enough sub-weapon crystals that I guess I can just use that instead as my main weapon. That probably works better. Fuck. I did not want to lose that. That is bad. I don't know how to use this sub-weapon. Still doing relatively alright though, surprisingly. Good as I get hit immediately. Okay, finally. Finally I got through that room once. And I still have 2 lives left, so I should be in a slightly better position for the boss. Now, okay, so as I mentioned, I obviously haven't played this game before, but I also haven't seen a ton of like speedruns or challenge runs of this game on like Castlevania 1. One thing I do know, however, is apparently this boss is like really easy. That's the one thing I do know. Apparently this boss is like surprisingly very easy despite being the 3rd boss. I think you just have to like hit it as it comes down, and that's basically it. I say that as I am clearly not doing well, but well, just because I don't know how to do it doesn't mean it's hard for speedrunners. Gonna have to go in with this without the maxed out whip, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, I know you're supposed to kind of hit it as it goes, kind of hit it with the diagonal whip. And it's also very easy, to my knowledge, to fall off here. I did not even know that that could hit you, but... What am I doing? Okay. I am very clearly not as good at this boss as a lot of people are, because what I'd always heard was that that boss is pretty easy, all things considered. Clearly, I am not quite good enough though. I think the biggest thing is the going kind of, like the platform moving kind of throws me off a bit. Like, because the platform itself is moving, but it also does move you. It's not just a visual thing. so it is kind of throwing me off quite a bit. Fucking, yeah, the movement of the platform I think is the biggest thing that's throwing me off so hard. Okay. What's that? Okay, I still have one more continue. I'm fine with at least attempting it again. Like I said though, I think I am going to just save state at the beginning of each stage from this point forward, just because I don't really like the idea of the continues making you replay the entire game. I'm fine with redoing entire stages, because that's like Castlevania 1, and like these aren't that long individually, but replaying the entire game despite it being not that long is still a bit much for me to want to do, on stream at least. Yeah, the main thing that keeps getting me is the fact that the platform itself moves it back, which I know that's like part of the main challenge, so it's not surprising that it's hard, but it is like, it is really fucking hard to account for. I will most likely have to load a continue, or load a save. I will most likely end up losing these last 2 lives here. So, yeah, unfortunately. Because I kind of just, it's so hard for me to deal with this boss. Like, I had heard this boss was easy. I'm gonna be honest, this may end up being the boss I have the most trouble with in this entire game. Just because of the fact that, oh fuck, I have to redo that segment again. Oh, this is my punishment. But, yeah, I just can't figure out the platform moving you back and forth. Like, I know it's not that complicated, but I just can't get a hold on it. I just can't get a grasp on the timing for it. I'm sure it's not actually that hard if you know what you're doing, but clearly I do not. I am a very mediocre Castlevania player, unfortunately. Trying to dodge that one. And also I got rid of the better weapon, so I will most likely once again die here. Yeah, I do think I've realized, well, I say that and I immediately fuck it up, but you know what, it's fine. I do think I've gotten kind of an idea on the timing for these guys, at least when they loop around. Oh my god, really? Fuck off, goddamn. Okay. You know, actually, I'm gonna just load the stay here, counting this as a continue each time, just because of the fact I want to go into that boss with as many lives as possible, because I know I'm gonna have to fucking redo it a million times. That room, I think it's still hard, but I do think I've at least gotten a decent grasp on how it works. The boss, however, I do not, so I would rather save my lives for that point, and then practice it slightly more per attempt. So I'm gonna try holding on to as many lives as possible. Obviously easier said than done, but if I die, I'm just gonna load that and count it as a full continue. Just so I can get the slightest bit more practice on the boss once I do reach it.
Yeah, now that I figured out this room, it's not actually too bad. It's just that the patterns of the devils are a little bit annoying. Nothing too terrible, but I would say that it is pretty bad if you don't use a sub-weapon. I'd imagine a whip-only run of this room would be pretty not fun. But using the sub-weapons, it's not too bad. I significantly overestimated it before. Now, one thing I do wonder is... Okay, I'm not gonna just create a save state here. I still have 2 lives, and also a full continue. But, something I don't know is, I know that, like, as you could see, I can only send out one of these sub-weapons at a time. I don't know if this game has the, double threat and triple trouble, or no. Double Trouble and Triple Threat, I think they're called. At least in the English Castlevania 1 manual. I don't know if this game has those. But if it does, that would be cool. I would like to throw at least a couple more of these. But yeah, I'm almost definitely going to die here. I'm at less than half health going into a boss that I am, as you've seen, very bad at. Can't exactly see myself doing especially well on this one. Yeah, already nearly dead. I surprisingly made more progress than I expected though. I did take out more than half of the health with that, which was not what I anticipated. Oh, I guess that's good at least. Something. Although I do have a shorter whip now, so that's not exactly ideal. And I think the shorter whip also does less damage on top of that, so... Not just shorter, it also- ooh, fucking goddamn. By the way, anytime I do this, most of the time it's not intentional, I just kind of grip my controller when I die. And because that button is mapped to the triggers, it's kind of just... I kind of just hit it by accident. But yeah, this boss is quite a bit harder than I had anticipated. And I believe you have to redo it again later in the game when you fight death. Like, although that may be an expert-only thing. Oh. Thank you, Liz, for the hydrate. I will do that. That is actually pretty good because I have not drunk water in the last 45 minutes. So thank you. Okay, and now I'm properly hydrated. In games like this, that are this intense, I do tend to forget to drink water, at least while I'm actually playing. In between stages, I'll usually remember, but not during those. I am winning the health battle though, I'm still technically in the lead. Yeah, I'm helping then, you are, you absolutely are, Liz. Thank you very much. I would, if I win this this time, I can thank you for the hydration. If I win this run, then it's because of the hydration. It looks like I will, actually.
as long as I don't fall off. Okay, good. Castlevania 64 is underrated IMO. Okay, okay. But do you mean the original or the like pseudo remake slash sequel that I forget the name of? That was also on N64 and released like a year afterwards. Which do you mean? Because if you mean the original, well, I mean, I haven't played it yet, so who knows? It could be, but you know, I think you may just be trolling me a tiny bit, just slightly. The Munitions Factory, Germany. Original. Okay, okay. I guess I'll... Look, I haven't played it, I'll believe you. Or I'll at least act like I believe you. Whether I actually do or not, that's not really relevant. These skeletons have fucking, like, military helmets. It's so fucking stupid. Something I do really like about this game so far is, it does seem to like having a bit of fun with like its enemy variety and stuff. Like with the minotaurs grabbing the pillars and stuff, and whipping the giant head to make it fall. Go play it. Like, it's not the best, but it's better than... Okay. I played Castlevania 2 like 3 days ago. That's not hard to believe, but also... Is it genuinely fun? Okay, okay, I at this point, I can't tell if you're fucking with me or not, because of the like, it's not the best, but it's better than Castlevania 2. Like, I can't tell, is that serious or not? Because they're both games that are generally very maligned. So I can't really tell whether that actually is true. I'm not, so you are, is it? Okay. I'll believe you then. Look, I don't think I'd hate it. I don't think I would despise it. However, I should clarify, I don't think I would despise the updated version. 64 was a reasonable first attempt at 3. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know very much about Castlevania 64. As I said, I obviously haven't played it. I've watched a single playthrough of it like a decade ago, and that's it. That's the only gameplay I've ever seen of that game. So... I know very little about it. So honestly, like, I'll believe you. I'll believe you based solely on the fact that I know nothing about it myself. I don't know how much else it was, but... It's definitely got some jank, but it's not like a one-star game. Okay, that's fair. That sounds reasonable. I probably will play it. I know October is like the Castlevania month that most people do. Because, you know, Halloween, it's a spooky series, but I'm thinking I may, I keep forgetting about this ability, but I'm thinking I may, since I am taking a short break from Warriors All-Stars for the month, and I do really like Castlevania, I'm really into it right now, I think I may make it, like, November just like a month where I just play, like, every Castlevania game. So I probably will play 64 in that case. If it is not a terrible game, I will gladly at least try it. You know, again, I don't know how much I'll like it, but I can generally deal with N64 jank decently well, I think. Also, I have no clue what the fuck I'm supposed to do here. Oh wait, there's a staircase going down. I'm fucking blind. Yeah, this is another reason why I'm fucking always bad at these types of games. I am terrible at navigation in most games, and anytime there's something that tells you to go down, I'm fucking blind. But yeah, if Castlevania 64 isn't like that bad, I mean, it's probably not amazing, I'm sure, but if it's not like a terrible game, I may play it. I have had some level of interest in it, mostly out of morbid curiosity in the past, but if it's not like a terrible game, then that curiosity may just be genuine. Ooh, this is a cool looking room. got some ears going around, some pistons. Very nice. I'm surprised I did not get crushed by that, but definitely won't complain. Okay. Oh fuck, I'm at. Oh shit. No more continues. Oh wait, no, I do still have one more continue. Never mind. Maybe when I do Eric with cards run, maybe I'll do that with like the actual normal continues of like resetting the entire game. But I don't want to do it here because that sounds like hell. But maybe I can tolerate it on like a second run with the other character, but at least for this one, I don't think I exactly want to do that. Ooh, it's the gear room. It's the one that's really infamous in Castlevania 2. I mean 3, not 2. Might as well be Castlevania 2, to be honest. As much as I didn't hate 2 from what I played, it's definitely not incredible. It's just like fucking really mediocre. It's also just not Castlevania. Or at least not modern, not classic Castlevania. It's somewhat similar to the Metroidvania titles, but at least as far as the games from this era go, it's a Zelda 2 situation. It's a very different type of game, and I have to at least give the developers some credit for trying something different, especially on the NES in 1987, I think. Castlevania 2 released. So for what it is, 2 is not like an abysmal game, it's just not great either. Solid enough for what it is, but nothing great. Playable, but not, wouldn't really recommend it particularly. Castlevania 2 is random bullshit yeah, okay, so I played using a guide. I was not going into that game blind. That was not happening. So I used a guide, and like, so okay, the one that everyone knows is the like, oh, crouch at the wall while holding the orb to get a tornado to carry you away, and like, yeah, that's like bullshit, but like I never hear anyone talk about the other very similar parts of the game that are like, oh, do the same thing, but like stand at a lake and crouch at a lake for like 5 seconds to make it drain. And you have to do that not once, but twice. And it's like, I guess that's slightly more understandable than just a random wall. But I feel like at least the wall, like, it was a dead end. It kind of made sense, like, you had to do something there. But I don't know, that game is, if you take out the navigation, it's kind of a nothing game, but like the navigation is so terrible that I kind of get why so many people hate it. Drain Gang? That's Castlevania 2 in a nutshell. You just drain all of the lakes. That was, I'm gonna guess that was a mini boss, not a full boss. Okay, yeah, it is. That did not seem... Oh, that does damage, okay. Okay, cool. But... Castlevania 2 is not like a horrible game, it's just not good either. You have to force the likes to listen to the Bloody. What the fuck are these enemies? The fucking, like, the demon car things? Okay, that's something. I do think I am out of continues though, so I will have to restart the stage after this when I inevitably die. Oh fuck, I have the short whip, fuck! I hate having the short whip so much in every game, but this one it's pretty bad as well. This one is definitely something. The impression I've gotten out of this game so far is it's like, it's fine. It's not a bad game, but I will say that I think my opinion by comparison to Castlevania 1 is that it's alright. Kind of just fine. Better than Castlevania 2, I will say that. It's not fine in the same way as Castlevania 2, where it's like kind of a nothing game. Like it's not bad, it is above average, I would say, for this type of game, but it is not amazing. It's just fine. Good so far, but not amazing. I think my biggest problem is the continue system. I don't know why they gave it limited continues when fucking Castlevania 1, the fucking like 1985 NES game that I think came out. I think this game came out in '94. I want to say. I think it was after Rondo of Blood, or like around the same time. Have you played Arzat, the Jewel of Faramore? I have not, but I have heard about it. That's the one that's like the Zelda CDI games, but like good, isn't it? That's what that is, right? Yeah, I haven't played it, no. I think if I did play that game, I think I would want to. Yeah, okay, cool. I think if I did play that game, I would want to, it's fun, how? Yeah. I would want to play the actual CDI games first is the problem. And like, look, I'm gonna be honest, I think I could find some appreciation out of those games. I feel like I can get up here. I probably can, but I want to try just a couple more times. Just in case. Okay, no. I probably can't. Ooh, fuck. The playtime is pretty short. It can comfortably be beaten in this thing. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I'm sure it is really good. I've heard great things about it. I just know that it's like it's the CDI Zelda games, but like good, which is cool. That is genuinely really cool. But I want to play those games, like actually play them at some point. Because like I'm sure they're terrible, but like, are they like that bad? You know, maybe they're not horrendous. Who knows? So I do want to actually play those original games eventually, and so because of that, I think I'd rather wait a tiny bit to play Arzat, but I would love to play it eventually. I've heard great things about it. Yes, they're that bad. Okay, but like I'll never know for sure until I play it myself. Cause like what if they're not? What if they're actually quite good? Well, people say Castlevania 2 is the worst NES game, and like, I mean it's not great, but like, it's not that bad. So maybe this is another situation like that, you know, it could be the... Look, here's the thing though, they're probably the best games in the CDI library. That's gotta mean something at least. Guessing these guys probably act similarly to in Castlevania 1, where they kind of want to be a certain distance away from you at all times. Will this kill me? Okay, good. I was not sure if that would count, but I'm glad it doesn't. This game is a little bit forgiving sometimes. always think that those skeletons are gonna get up, but no, they just disappear. They look like they're about to get up like every other skeleton in me, but no, they don't. And it's very odd. Also, I keep completely forgetting that I even have the downward whip. There have been so many opportunities for me to use it, but I'm still in like Castlevania 1 brain, so I'm just not expecting to be able to. Even though I really should be. They would be great for dealing with these Medusa heads. You like that? Okay. Something I do really like about this game's controls is that, for these stairs, you can jump onto them. Like you don't have to just start from the bottom of them. You can actually just jump on them from any point, which is very nice. Something I've always heard about this game is that people generally consider it to be like kind of the Genesis's equivalent of Castlevania 4. I think they came out around similar times, and I know people generally prefer Castlevania 4 quite a lot. Still haven't played that, obviously, but I don't know what my opinion of them will be. I know a lot of people say that 4 is the best in the series. I don't know if I'll agree with that. The biggest thing that makes me think I won't is because I know that game is like relatively long. Like, from my understanding, Castlevania 4 is like a 6-hour game as opposed to like the 2 or 3 of Castlevania 1. Playing blind, of course. I don't know if those are insta-kills or if the first time I got hit by them I was just low health, but they are quite scary. Yeah, I'm playing fairly safely now, because I don't want to redo that segment yet again. Don't particularly want to do that, so I'm playing it much more cowardly than I was before. Okay. Taking quite a bit of damage, but I'm not dead quite yet. And I am going into this next room with enough lives to where it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Okay, these are enemies, I suppose, so that's good to know. This game has some very creative enemy choices and set pieces and stuff, so that's cool. I did say before, this game was kinda, it was alright. But like, it's definitely not bad. It is pretty good, I just don't think I like it as much as Castlevania 1. Okay, I don't know how that's not reaching, but... Like, this is a fucking weird boss. This thing has a lot of health. Okay. I expected that to hit me, but it's a decently fun boss though. Very odd one. You just played the 2017 remake. Okay, I know what 7 Granddad is. There's a 2017 remake? Am I that behind on the times? I thought that was gonna kill me. What the fuck? Oh, sorry. What was that? Okay. Even if not Bloodlines, I can still see it. I should pause. Let's see. Here, I'll send it. That way it gets through. I need to. I have that set up. The Nightbot. I have that set up so fucking bots can't post their links, but it does kind of have some casualties. I'm looking at it right now though. This looks interesting. It's definitely 7 Granddad. A platforming adventure through the world of bootleg games. Bootleg aliens are trying to take over Earth, and only the rebelling alien Granddad can stop them. So he's an alien. Okay, cool. Use your club and other assorted weaponry to bring these fiends to justice and save the day. Features original music by various chiptune artists, several levels, various references to classic and bootleg NES games, and hardcore axe-tossing, slingshotting gameplay. It may not be that hardcore. I'm looking at screenshots of it, it's like... it doesn't look that terrible from the screenshots. Like, this is an actual van game, but... Fucking... It is definitely very interesting. It's surprisingly great. I mean, I guess that's not too surprising. It is a fan game, so it's not like an actual bootleg like the original game. But I know the original game also has its fans. Okay, I can hit it in midair. I didn't think I would be able to. It's a very fun boss, so like, it's got some decent patterns and it's also just kind of dumb as fuck. I don't like that. I like how fucking stupid it is. And now it's hitting me quite a bit right now though. Fucking, oh my god. Did not know how to deal with that. Okay. The original NES game is just the Flintstones NES with some edited sprites. Yeah, that's why I always assumed it was, but I always thought it was like edited sprites, but also with like some probably some minor gameplay changes that made it worse. I always heard it's very bad, but I'm assuming that's probably just because like I can't imagine the original Flintstones NES game was great either, so I'm gonna assume that's why. I doubt the edited sprites quite lower its quality that much. Versailles Palace, France. It really is the Castlevania globe-trotting adventure. Starting my continue state. Okay, they can be. Yeah, I'm surprised a lot of these things that don't look like they should be
damageable are. Like a lot of the stage hazards. I'm glad these don't actually damage you, they just reverse your control, because I don't actually have that much of a problem with that. It's like a mild annoyance, but it's really not that bad. Oh shit, that explodes. Also, to my knowledge, this room is, as the title implies, the European version of this game removed like all of the blood and stuff. I think in not Japanese version, in the European version, I believe that room is just water. Like, I think it's just normal water. Oh, fuck. I did not think that was close enough. Oh boy, I hope this level lets you do the French Revolution. When does this game take place? I don't know when it takes place, but there's a non-zero chance that it could. It's actively easier for me to just try to get hit by it that when I'm expecting to than to try avoiding it. I'm guessing the best route here is probably to just keep going, like most Castlevania stages with lots of grounded enemies. Most likely to just stand there and just walk normally. It's usually the case, at least. Okay. Why is that it? Oh, shit. These guys are interesting. I don't fully understand their patterns, but they are definitely interesting. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think these are gonna be the enemies I have the most trouble with from this point forward. Also, I believe that was my last continue, so... Why did I do that? What the fuck? I did not know. That just made me realize you can turn direction in midair. I did not realize that. That would have been quite helpful at several points. It's honestly mildly helpful in this room. Because I can turn around and hit the skeletons as I land. I think I'm just gonna have to try going through these as safely as possible. Just hit them with the axe. I think that's my best option for these, since I don't really know their patterns all too well. Oh shit, they can fucking... Why do they have so many attacks? Why are these particular enemies so bad? I can turn direction in real life in midair. Oh yeah? Fucking prove it. Do it right now. Okay, this is another room that I do know a tiny bit about. And the only reason is because of these right here. Oh shit. Yeah, generally I prefer crouching when I fight these guys, because no matter what, if you're standing, if they do their lower hits while you're standing, you have to like actively crouch in order to hit them. But if you start from crouching, then the top one won't hit you at all, and the bottom one you just have to actually hit with your axe, which clearly I'm not that good at, but it is what you can do. Oh shit, I didn't know those could fall on those guys. Okay. Good to know. Very helpful to know that. That makes this segment quite a bit easier. Did not see that one. Oh shit, where the fuck did you come from? That wasn't too hard. Is there any meat anywhere here? That would be very helpful if there was. It was not. This stage is definitely not the easiest. Do I have any continues? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. Time to load. I do this segment yet again. This is the punishment I chose for using the continue this way instead. I have to at least play by the game's rules in that regard. I'm doing so much worse at this than before. I think these may be my least favorite enemies in the game. I just don't understand their patterns, and plus if you can't even like play them safely, because if you do they throw out a bomb. Like, there's gotta be some way to easily deal with these guys, but they are so hard to do if you don't know a special technique of any kind. Yeah, I'm just gonna, if I die in this first room, I'm just gonna count it as a continue yet again, because that way I have at least a few more lives going into the last segment. 2, 3, 4, 5. Always forget about that one. Gotta get too late. Okay, I feel like of all the weapons, this is probably the best one to deal with these with, even if it's still not great. I can at least be a little bit safe with them.
I wonder what like speedrunners and stuff do against those. I know points don't like really matter in these games very much at all. I think you may get an extra life if you get enough, but I'm not even sure about that. But I like them, I think they're neat. If I see a bag of money, even if it doesn't actually do anything, I have to grab it. I can't just ignore it entirely and be fucked up. I love killing the axe knights with the chandelier so much. I love environmental murder. Lost that so quickly. Wait, did that despawn or did I think the orb killed it, which is kind of crazy. I know it's the most overpowered weapon by design, but still. Okay. Probably stay as far away from these as possible while hitting them. And even that seems to not be the most safe. Oh, God damn it. Damn it. Wow, hopefully I respawn in this room. And I don't. You know what, I'm gonna practice a bit more, since I have to go pretty far back anyways. I'm practicing this room again, because I figured out a kind of strategy to deal with those, I don't even know what the fuck they are, with the boomerang weapon. I want to practice that more, because I want to at least get somewhat consistent on that. Otherwise, I feel like I'm gonna end up, if they appear again later, I feel like I'll end up having too many problems with them, so I want to at least get an idea of how to deal with them now. One thing I really like about these games, and of course, this is not the case, because I'm technically cheating. I'm doing Castlevania 1 rules with the continues, with using save states, but other Castlevania games at least, one thing I really like is that when you lose a continue, you don't have to restart the entire game in most of them, except this one for some reason. Instead, you just kind of you just restart the stage, and the stages are all short enough that that's not really that much of an issue. I really like that that's a thing. And while I am enjoying this game, I definitely think that's one of the biggest problems with it, is it has a much harsher continue system. Ooh, I wasn't expecting that. I looked away for a second. I was expecting a high one, but it's fine. I was low enough health that I was gonna die anyways by the end of the room. But yeah, I really like in the other games how like it's pretty forgiving with the continue system. Even in the NES games, you don't have to restart the entire game just from the beginning of the level. And because stages are so short, it more feels like an opportunity to get practice than it does an actual punishment for dying, which I like. That's really good. Yeah, unfortunately that's not the case in this game, at least if you're doing it normally and not cheating like I am, but you know how many times I would have had to replay the game just from this point onward if I didn't do that? The answer is a lot.
We've had to replay it quite a lot. Oh, but I feel like if I get hit by one of these, it just throws off my timing so hard that it's really hard to recover. Limited attempts is stupid anyways, it is. I'm fine with the limited lives because if I have infinite continues, I'm perfectly fine with the limited lives and having to go back to the beginning of the stage, because none of these stages are very long, and it kind of just feels like extra practice. And so I actually don't have any problems with that. The limited continues though, having to restart the entire game, can't say I'm a big fan of that though. That one's significantly more obnoxious. Like, at that point, just have like, why even have continues at that point? Just have like 8 lives. I mean, I guess the lives do still put you at the beginning of the room, not the stage, but I don't know. It just kind of feels superfluous. It's not really necessary feeling at all. It's like, if you're gonna be an asshole in that way and make me replay the entire game, just fucking give me like 10 lives instead of having continues at all. It'd still be obnoxious, but at least it would like feel like there's at least a bit more of a point for it. Yeah, limited lives, the way most of them handle it, I do actually like having to replay the stage but not the entire game. Limited continues though in this game, yeah, no, that's fucking shit, I hate it. And clearly, I can still not deal with these enemies. They are just too much for me. Oh my god. You can't even hit those bombs they drop. I think that's one of the biggest problems. It's like doesn't even let me take them out once they've sprouted. I really need to hydrate. Like I said before, with these games, when I get really into them, I kind of forget to, at least not in between stages. Okay. Also, something I just realized, I don't know why. I like playing with this frame just because it looks nice. I just now realized that both for this game and Castlevania 2, like the frame you have is game dependent. Even though I had this frame equipped for Castlevania 1, it did not carry over to this or even 2 when I played that. So I just now noticed that. Takes a bit away from the black bars at least. I think I've kind of figured out the timing for dealing with these guys when they come around on the loop. The problem is that, like, getting that first hit is not the easiest without it rebounding and hitting you. See, I can time that decently well at this point, but it's just that first rebound is, like, a bit hard for me. Yeah, I actually don't want to lose this weapon. I think I really like the boomerang. Oh, fucking... I thought I was jumping over it. But yeah, I actually think the boomerang is probably my favorite weapon in this game. I don't know if it's generally considered the best one. I know Castlevania 1, it's the Holy Water. 3, I think the axe is generally considered pretty good. Or actually no, I may be thinking of 4. One of the games, I know the axe is like generally considered the best one. It may actually be this one. But I know one of them, the axe is good, so it's kind of different for each game. I don't know what it is in this game. At least by general consensus, at least. My big whip. Yeah, this goes away as soon as you get hit once, which is why I'm not very good at holding on to it. But I always forget that this is actually an enemy and not just a stage hazard. It's so odd feeling. It does not look like it should be one. I'm clearly playing much more sloppily this go around. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm like, I've done this stage enough to where the first part, I'm getting through it much easier than the first 2 times, but I am definitely getting a bit impatient with it. I suppose that is just a part of the experience. I just fully missed that one. You know, I feel like they know that these are hard to deal with without sub-weapons, and that's why they have candles after each of them. Okay. Be really careful now. This room I don't have too much trouble with until the end, but that last room, no matter how many times I do it, I just can't figure out the exact way to deal with those enemies without getting hit at least once. They are definitely my weakness. Surprised I did not get hit by that chandelier. Yeah, at least up until the last one, like, you generally do pretty well at getting no hits on this one. So going in with low health isn't too terrible here. It's just a matter of the, I don't even want to say boss. Okay, I had the, luckily I had the, I don't actually know what it's called, the, like, orb weapon, so it wasn't too bad. Also, I don't know what this is here for, but I feel like it's here for something. Gotta be something here. Also, is his whip slower when you have this one? I feel like it is. I feel like John's whip is a lot slower when it's in the last form. But I could be wrong. It may just be me being insane. At least that's how it feels. Which honestly kind of makes me like not having it, even though I know it is generally the better option, of course, since it does way more damage. I am so surprised I got that without getting hit by either the chandelier or the armor. You can get really close to those without actually taking damage. To be honest, I'm just gonna go around these guys. They're not technically bosses, I can avoid them. Like I said, if I get hit once, it completely throws off my rhythm. Okay, gotten through that at least. Now I just have to get through this room and the boss without getting hit at all, basically, so didn't put myself in the best position, but it's a challenge right now. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about this room. Okay, that guy's not too bad.
wonder, can I combo this? And seems like I can, but the timing of it is probably very strict. Any meat up here? Nope. I'm not sure if this game is just like really stingy with its meat placements, or if I'm just like missing all of them. I think I've found like 2 meat in the entire game so far. Guessing, okay, that's how it works. I'm guessing what I need to do is okay, just jump, I guess. Fuck. 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 Okay, I think what I'm gonna need to do is after that, you know. Yeah, I'm not in a great position here. Where I put myself with 0 lives and 0 continues. Honestly, at this point, I may be better off just restarting fully. This game is not especially long, and since I've done it all once, I feel like I could do much better this time, but I also don't want to, because I also want to do a run with Eric. And I feel like if I restart at this point, that would be like another hour and a half until I finish. And I don't really want to do that, because then I probably wouldn't be able to have the time to do Eric's run today as well. And I really want to play as him as well, since he's the weird secondary character of the game, who's also, for some reason, in English, and I think only in English, maybe is named after Alucard, which I don't think is the case in the other region versions. But I could be wrong about that. I don't know why I was expecting that to be a downward throw. And I was expecting that one to be an upward throw. Okay, yet another. I think I may have to restart at this point, to be honest, which I don't want to do, but I will if I absolutely have to. If I can get past this first segment without taking too much damage, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. The problem is I don't think I can really do that. The second area with the enemies that I kind of still don't really understand very well, those are the main problem positions. Yeah, like these guys. If there was meat anywhere, it would be like significantly more tolerable, but there isn't, so not. God damn it. See, now I'm also doing worse against fighting these enemies because I'm trying to be more cautious, which is ironically making me play worse. You know what, actually, I completely forgot. This game has a code system. This game has a, like, code save system. Fuck it, I'm looking up a code, that starts at stage 5. Because I don't think with 0 lives and 0 continues at this point, I can really recover this run. But I also don't want to restart because then I wouldn't have the time to do the Eric run as well. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just gonna let myself die and then input a code for starting at this stage. That way I at least have my lives and continues. Yeah. Oh well. Not my favorite thing to— wait, what? Wait, what? I had a huh? Did I get a second continue at some point? Am I insane? I feel insane. Did I have a second continue this entire time? Okay. I guess I don't need to use the code quite yet. Forgot that in this game, the weapons do stun lock as well, so like every Castlevania. Why am I not just walking past these? I already got hit once. Okay. I think I have kind of figured out the trick to this room. I want to time my whip throws to hit out at the same time as their fire spit, so... I can't say I love the diagonal whip kind of grapple thing. It's a cool idea, but the problem I think I have with it is that it's not used for platforming that much. And when it is used, it kind of just not really, it doesn't feel the most necessary. And it's really easy in small areas like that to accidentally grapple onto the ceiling when trying to hit an enemy. This room's a nice set piece. Not too challenging, but very neat. Make weird noises while I'm fucking playing video games. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Guessing this is the boss. You know what, actually, actually no, I have the code I can use. Okay, this is definitely just like the first phase of this boss. There's no way this is the entire thing. Okay, yeah, there's no way. But since it was a mini boss, I can count that as a checkpoint. Doesn't mean that's a good idea to do that, but I mean, I can. But that's kind of cool. The arrow kind of sticks in you a little bit. What the fuck? Holy shit, that guy's crazy. He's got wheels. Okay. I will probably just, like, use the password at certain points, because, like, having 0 lives here is not good at all, but I wanna do a few practice attempts of this stage before I switch to the password. Okay, this does knock it back a bit, so that makes this significantly more manageable to deal with that guy. Yeah, these are another enemy, the machine gun guys. They are another one that I do actually know about because I know they're apparently a pain in the ass. And this fight I know how to do with Eric, but not with John, so I unfortunately do not know how to deal with it for him specifically. But if I can get to it without dying fully, then I should hopefully be able to figure out a way to do it. Patterns can't be too hard. But I know for Eric, there's a way to cheese that face boss where you can kind of just like, where you can just kind of super jump and it hits all of the orbs that it fires out at once. Oh, like I said, I think his whip is slower when he's in that last form. Like it does more damage, so it's generally better, but I just don't like how slow it feels. 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, I have absolutely no clue how to actually deal with this guy as John. I thought that would have killed me, and that one did. You know, fuck it. I took enough damage there. Yeah, I really do need to just like load the password, and I probably will after this. But I wanna see if I can no-hit it. I wanna see if I can no-hit this area because I feel like I may be able to. So glad that does not actually reach far enough to hit me. I'm gonna use that the second it appears, and then I have to go around because it definitely is slower. There's no way that his whip is not slower when it's in this last form, which is like, it's whatever. It's not the end of the world, I guess, but it is a little bit annoying. It fucks with my timing really hard. That's not good. That's really not good. Yeah, I don't know how you actually directly do damage to this guy, by the way, because like, you just hit his face? No? What? Oh, you hit him when he's... Okay, it's odd, but alright. Interesting, I suppose. So yeah, I guess the only way you can hit him is when he's invisible, which is... interesting, I suppose. Why did I jump there? Yeah, I'm gonna have to pretty much no-hit run this first half of the stage, which I do think I can do. I do believe I can do that without too much trouble. But I have memorized enough of this stage by this point after doing it so many times that I think I can do that, but it is definitely going to be a bit annoying. I wish I could get rid of the fourth whip without getting hit, because I have to take damage, of course. But I actively think it makes this harder, specifically for this enemy, but really in general, because fucking, like, yeah, the problem is that it's so much slower. It has extra frames when it comes out. And I genuinely think that is a significantly more troublesome problem than if it just, like, did less damage. Like, I know the whole benefit of it that it does more damage. Like, that's cool and all. But, like, I care a lot less about that than the consistency of being able to actually, like, put out whip strikes. So... yeah, okay. I think I should probably use the password. Didn't want to, but look, at this point, I'm gonna be sitting here for an hour on this. The time that it would take me to do this without any hits, including the boss, would probably be longer than... especially because the next stage, I would have to reset lives again. I would once again have no lives and have to go through that entire thing with none. I think it's probably better if I just use the password, which is... what button okay, axe is... axe, Joel. Why is this control so weirdly? Okay, axe, Joel, empty, Joel. Empty, bird, Joel. Wait, these are birds? Okay, that's cool, I guess. Bird, axe, Joel, axe. And does that put me at the stage I want? Is that one correct? Okay, good. It is. Use the fail word. What's the fail word? Is that like, I know in Castlevania 3, if you name your character Help Me, you get 10 extra lives. Does this game have something like that? Wait, what? Oh. That wasn't what I wanted. Okay. 5. John Wars. Promote. I didn't want Eric Lagarde, what the fuck? Okay, I guess that was the wrong password. Even though it just says stage 5, it doesn't mention which. Was there a character select option here? Or, well... okay, so... I don't think there was a character select option of any kind, so I guess that's... just... I guess that one's just the The Iroquois card one, I used the wrong one. No, I'm just making Banquet on work. Okay. Okay, so there is a password for normal difficulty, John Morris. It's just for some reason was not what it showed. Okay. Should be empty. Joel, empty. Wait, no. Axe, I believe that is. Joel, Axe. Empty. Joel, Axe, and Joel. At least I think that those are axes. The image I'm looking at is really small, so. Okay, yeah. Seems to be correct. Wait, yeah. Seems to be correct. And if it's not, guess time to try another one. Okay, good. And I have 9 continues. I think the password encodes the character. Okay. Yeah. That was the case. I have 9 continues now, so that's nice. I do have to redo this, but I don't really have a problem with that. I think doing this portion of this stage, with actual normal numbers of lives and continues especially, it's not actually that bad. I do actually kind of like this stage. I just don't like doing it with 0 lives and 0 continues. And that one, even after going through it like 15 times, that one still trips me up. I thought it was outside the range, but I guess not. Yeah, this first one, because this wall is here, I think this is the hardest one to deal with. Like, there's gotta be some, like, special way that, like, speedrunners and stuff deal with these. But at least for me, as someone who is not very good at this game, yeah, I don't know how to deal with these guys. Aside from doing that, but that first one I can't do that with because there's a wall. It's not much of an option. I feel like every time I try predicting which it is, I'm always wrong. So I need to just like go by visual cues instead and stop trying to predict which it is. I wanted to try getting that to fall on it, but it did not work, unfortunately. I did not expect to have properly timed that jump, but I won't complain. Never complain about dodging an axe. Okay, I gotta just run now. Yeah, I think the best way to get through that is if you get hit once, just fucking say fuck it and go the rest of the way as well. And just walk past them. Since they don't have, there's no invisible wall or anything there. Getting a phone call. It was just spam though, so wasn't anything to actually worry about. I was hoping I could get one more with him, but nope. Unfortunately not. I love getting those to fall on the opponent. It's so stupid, but it's so satisfying. It's not even that much of a time save, especially when half the time I have to lure them in, but it just feels satisfying to do. Sam Likely is my best friend. He calls me all the time? Whoa, really? I wonder if they're related to my best friend, Potential Sam. I need to keep a, like, decent distance from these. The drum is not that hard, but it, like, I feel like it trips me up way more than it should. And it's mostly because as soon as I get hit once, I just keep getting hit. Okay, fucking... That was my fault. That was a really dumb... I should have whipped there instead of using the sub-weapon. I don't know why I did that. And also did not expect that to actually hit. Yeah, I think I've gotten a pretty good grasp on this room. I say as I still get hit to that enemy every time, but I'm gonna assume that that enemy type is probably going to appear more in the final stage. Oh my god, really? I think what I'm gonna focus on doing is just hit the fireballs with the whip, use the sub-weapon for actual damage. Seems to be the slightly safer option. Even though that room, I fully acknowledge that room is not that hard to time. I'm just very bad at it. I was hoping to hit that one on the rebound. Sounds like that one did hit though, so that's good. What? I didn't think those would go high enough to hit, but I suppose they do. Good to know. This room's a very neat set piece for the Genesis. It does look quite nice. But actually playing it, this is definitely a gimmick room. And a very mediocre gimmick room at that. It's kind of just, it just kind of feels awkward. This is such a nothing boss, by the way, or mini boss. Yeah, it's... The fact that I could do that no-hit on, I believe, my second attempt is, should not be the case. It's just that easy of a fight. Hope you'd be dead by that hit.
Okay, good thing, really good thing, I don't have the fourth whip this time, which means I can actually time my hits well against this one. I say it's I get hit, but you know what, it's fine. Okay, boss time. Yeah, I know with Eric, there is a trick to kind of super jumping to just avoid everything this boss throws, but obviously John cannot do that. I do have to restart at this room, but this room's not especially difficult. I can live with that. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I know that the fourth whip, it's better, it does do more damage, but at least in my opinion, the delay it gives to like actually hitting is enough to make me kind of dislike it. I prefer having the normal whip, which I know is like probably not good. I should probably just get better at timing stuff, but I don't even know how much more damage it does. I know it's at least 1 point more, which is absolutely enough to make a difference in a lot of cases, but I don't know if it's any more than that. I think I can probably survive this at this point. Far enough in, shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, okay. That boss isn't too hard if you go in with a decent amount of health and lives at least. Oh, and is that still not the end of the stage? Damn. This is a very long stage, I'm realizing. Like, double the length of the previous stages. Okay, this is another boss that I know a decent amount about, and the main reason I know is because I know that she's apparently very difficult. And also apparently in like old versions of like emulators, apparently the like polling stuff could not get picked up by old emulators, and so because of that, this boss, like certain parts of the fight were next to impossible because you just couldn't see. Yeah, this pawn, like, apparently isn't visible on some old emulators, so it's basically impossible to dodge unless you just get really lucky on old emulators. Okay, that boss was not that bad. I like how this run I have had, like, the boss that I had heard was really easy, the, like, dragon on the rotating platform, I lost, like, 10 lives to. But then the moth boss that I've always heard is like the hardest one, that one I do first try without even getting hit that many times. And I'm going into stage 6 with plenty of lives, plenty of continues. The Castle Proserpina, England. The Castle Proserpina, England. Almost read that it's prosperous, but I don't think that's correct. Also, I should probably save the state just in case I need to. Well, I can say right now, the birds are way less of an issue in this than they are in Castlevania Oh, this is another room that I know is like, I don't want to say infamous, but it's one that's like a little bit annoying because the middle section is kind of. Am I supposed to? I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Go ahead. Okay, I don't know how to get past this. Do I just? Oh, see, I got fucked up like that. See, it's not easy to deal with, but it is not impossible either. It's just a little bit confusing. Okay, I don't know what to do there. I'm guessing I have to do the grapple hook whip. That's my best guess. Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. Not quite as bad as I expected, but you know, not easy. Oh, are you fucking me? God damn it. Okay, this is Dracula's castle though, so it does of course make sense for it to be a bit difficult. Somehow I jumped over that. Okay, this is the jump that I don't know what I'm supposed to do on. Because, wait, no. Never mind, I do. I'm blind yet again. Okay. I'm surprised I did not get hit by that. Okay, nice. Let down. Okay, controls are not reversed. Well, the perspective is, but I was expecting pressing up to still that is a bottomless pit. Oh shit, I get brought all the way back here, okay. Interesting. Does mean good practice for this room though. So that isn't a bad thing, I can't exactly say. I think I've kind of gotten an idea of this room well enough to get through it without too much problem. Yeah, it's not actually too bad now. It's just a matter of actually going through it. Yeah, not too bad. I think I can muscle memory through my way through that section in future runs. Oh shit. Okay, not too bad of a room, all things considered. This room is very nice. Oh shit. That one's fast. You can hear them coming though, so it's okay. Comes from behind though. A bit of a funny stage. Oh, we have a mirror. I assume I'm not already a Dracula,
Okay, no, this is the fight I was thinking of. He has like cards that he shows up, and no one of these gives me. I don't remember which one. I think it's this one I want to say. Maybe not. Okay, no. I completely forgot this boss existed, to be honest. Oh, you don't even have to bring it down if you have the axe. You can just hack it like that. Okay. It's a much simpler fight knowing that now, I suppose. That's nice. Oh fuck, I did not want to get that one. That was the one I did not want to do right now. Because I am, well, I'm not good at this fight. As we saw the first go through. I'm in fact very bad at it. I'm actually doing surprisingly well this time. Probably still die, but... Oh shit. Didn't expect that phase to start right there. Oh wow. Okay, but I do always start here, so that's good. You know what, I probably should have went up and down the stairs a couple of times to get more, get my whip back. I think this makes him, yeah, it makes him do an attack. What about you? Which one are you? I'm guessing it's the gear boss, that's what it kind of looked like. Okay, yeah, incorrect. And doing this with the small whip is not going to be the most enjoyable fight. See, it's... You don't have the range, unfortunately. One thing I will say about this game is, even though I'd say overall I like Castlevania 1 more, I do actually think the bosses in this game are pretty good. Like, they are probably my favorite part of the game, which, as much as I love Castlevania 1, those don't exist. Those bosses aren't even real if you play the most efficient method. They just actually don't even exist. But these are like, they have easy methods, but they're not like, you can't just instantly stun lock them constantly, so pretty good bosses, I would say. I think I want the second death one, just because I want him to shoot me again. I don't want to piss him off. I was not trying to hit that one, but I guess that works too. It's pretty easy after all. Oh fuck, that was not trying to jump there, and it wasn't then either. Okay, definitely not winning this run of the boss rush, but it's not that big of a deal. Okay. We are probably going to get a continue, which is not going to be amazing, but could be worse, I suppose. Okay, I think I'm gonna go through up and down these stairs at least a couple of times,
Not even for the sub-weapon material, but just because I want my whip upgrades. That was those attempts against those bosses were so much harder without the full whip. I might as well go for some ammo while I'm at it. It'll make the golem boss go by much faster and make the dragon boss significantly more easy, so I think I will go for the ammo as well. I'm not gonna spend like 20 minutes here though. I know a lot of people will, including myself in Castlevania 1, like before Dracula, or I guess in this case Death, they will they will grind up on sub-weapon hearts, which probably wouldn't be a bad idea, but I just kind of want to get to 30, not like a full 50. I know 50 is what you generally want to go into for Dracula in... That may actually be this game I'm thinking of, but I know there's one Castlevania game where the optimal method is to go into Dracula with 50 hearts, and so you have to stand outside farming hearts for like a full like 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm not gonna quite do that, but, you know, I still do want a pretty decent number of hearts. Yeah, I'll do this one first, just to get it out of the way. The one I have the most trouble with. It is very good practice, though, for the Eric run. Actually understanding how to do this. What the fuck? How did I do that much damage? Okay, I guess these have less health than their initial incarnations in that case. Oh shit, I didn't realize that phase started. Same problem as last time, where I did not expect that phase to start. Okay. Still took quite a bit of damage, but it wasn't a terrible run. Could have been way worse. Just had to stretch a tiny bit, and I actually am going to hydrate really quickly because I haven't done that in a bit as well. Yeah, properly hydrated. Time for the gear boss. I was actually trying to get the death hits, but this works as well. This guy does look neat for being on the Genesis. He's kind of, not quite 3D, but like, kind of the, not the Super FX check, but like that style of, kind of, not quite pre-rendered, but sort of 3D elements to it. Oh shit, I should have waited another couple of seconds. Yeah, I don't think I will pass the other two bosses, but or 3 bosses, I guess. It didn't look like there's that many cards for that, so I don't know. You. I know that meat can show up from these cards, but I don't know if that— oh wait, never mind, it's that one. I thought that was gonna be the moth boss. Okay, well, I guess that's good for me. I guess you only have to fight the easier bosses. I expected it to be a full boss rush, but I suppose not. I mean, I guess I won't complain about that. It is quite surprising. I like how hitting its head also makes it kind of clench its fist, which is effectively stun locking it because it only attacks by hitting the roof. That's kind of cool. That's neat. Full health going into actually fighting death himself, so that's something. That's good, I suppose, but I will probably still die. This guy I know, you know, he is death, so he is not the easiest. Shit. Okay, that attack's not too hard to avoid. Okay. Death down. And I have zero lives left, so I assume a continue will just reset me back to the beginning, so that's not great. I don't think I'm getting my hearts back, but my health back, I mean, but I do still kind of I wanna do a few Dracula test runs before I like fully let the continue happen. So I am going to get a bit of gems to be able to do that. I'm just now realizing, wait, I'm going into... Oh, that's not Dracula. Okay. I'm assuming I'm going to be sent back before death, which is not ideal, but... Oh yeah, wait, no? No, never mind, I guess not. Okay, surprising. The game is actually being nice for once. Yeah, I may have to redo death, possibly, but as long as I don't have to redo the first bit of the stages, I can live with that. Death wasn't actually that bad. Surprisingly, despite being Death, the guy who's usually the hardest fight in most games. Even more so than Dracula in some cases. It is weird though that, I assume that's Medusa. Based on just the green hair, and that's most Castlevania depictions of her, but I assume that's her. It's weird that she's the boss before Dracula, even after death. Usually he's the second in command, I guess not this time. Okay, I think I have enough now. I don't even know why I saved too, I don't need to. Not really necessary here. That is a bit hard to dodge, but not too bad. That one's not too bad. Okay, that one's not impossible to dodge. Okay. And that one, okay, yeah, this boss is actually not that hard at all. Has a lot of health, but not actually that difficult. So that's nice. A bit of a breather before Or Dr. Acula. Oh wait, that's only the first phase. Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. Oh, that does a lot of damage. That does a massive amount of damage. Okay, I guess the first phase is easy because the second is much less so, but good to know going into it. Gonna farm a few gems, not a ton, just enough to have some sub-weapon uses. I am glad that I do at least have pretty good music going into this segment, so maybe spending a bit of farming, but at least the tunes are pretty good. Okay, this should hopefully be enough going in. So, I will save state here though, that way, just to save a bit of time on repeat runs, because I'm not gonna win this run. It's not happening. I don't think that's gonna happen. As easy as this first phase is, the second phase is enough. I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, did that bit too late. Not the end of the world. Okay. First phase, not too bad. That does so much damage. I suck at timing it. Oh. Okay. Just to save time on the grinding a bit more. But yeah, I suck at dodging that for some reason. It's not even that hard, it's a single orb that goes out. I assume this is like a claw attack, and if she hits you, then it probably does a lot of damage, but at least that is, it's like, not really that hard to avoid. Okay, no damage to the first phase, that's pretty good. Okay, I can almost get it, but just not quite. Come on. I'm guessing those are supposed to be fleemen. Oh my god, it's the hitboxes of those are so fucking big. I don't know why. And I don't think she's taking damage either, so I don't know if I'm even doing the correct thing to fight her. I may not be. Okay, I did not judge that correctly. Did not
judge that correctly either. Okay, what is the hitbox of those orbs? It's too fucking big. It's ridiculously large. Okay. Those orbs go way too fucking, like, those hit, like, way too fucking big. Their hitbox is fucking massive. Also, I almost forgot I have this. But those orbs are fucking ridiculously big hitboxes. And on top of being hard to time, they're also just kind of not my favorite attack in this game. I feel like most attacks in this game feel kind of fair, but like that one attack is like I don't know the timing for it. It doesn't seem to make much sense. The timing doesn't, and it's mostly because of the size of the hitbox. Okay, not going great into the second phase. Actually, I wonder. Those orbs seemed like they were going decently high. Can I just duck under them? I probably can't, but like, what if I can? I feel like that would make this significantly more doable. If that is an option. Oh my god, it is. Okay, never mind. This is way easier now. Just have to duck constantly. I guess that makes sense as to why they have such wide hitboxes, if you're not even meant to do that. Yeah, now that I know that, this is actually a very easy boss. I don't know what that even did, but it didn't seem to do any damage, so that's good at least. I'm gonna walk forward as far as possible before crouching, that way I can actually reach. She has so much health. I mean, it's easy at this point, but she has so much health. This boss takes forever, both phases. I'm guessing she's gonna... Yeah, I guess she just cycles these, and this is all she does. Okay, after figuring out the crouching strategy, this actually is really fucking easy, but it's also kind of boring to be honest. Oh shit, okay. So she does attacks, but I guess that's if you don't defeat her quickly enough. I suppose that's why. It does make sense. Okay. Yeah, this fight's not too bad, it's just like kind of boring now. I don't know, if you don't crouch, it's ridiculously like broken, but it feels, at least. Maybe I'm wrong about the hitboxes, maybe it's not as bad as it seems, and I'm just timing it badly. But at least if you do this method, it's just kind of nothing. A very boring fight when done efficiently, I guess. Doesn't necessarily mean it's bad though. Just like,
It did require actually figuring out this strategy though, so I mean... I suppose if you're a child in the 90s, and you have like... and you have like this game as a rental or something, I guess this would cause your... make it take longer to finish. And that is what they were kind of focusing on a lot back then. Is that still not... okay, okay. That better be the actual end. I think the biggest problem with that boss is both phases just have too much health. Like, they're really easy once you know how to do them, but they're just kinda boring. Yeah, I'm guessing that this is the prelude to Dracula, I assume. And it's playing Bloody Tears. It's, you know, it's the Castlevania song. Originating from Castlevania 2, everyone's favorite game. I'm gonna guess, since it's Dracula, holy water is probably the best weapon against him. I would guess. I'm gonna go for the... Hi, hello Kettle. How are you? I'm playing Castlevania Bloodlines. I'm at the final boss right now. Okay, got that one. Just to save time on the grinding on the way back, I am gonna save there. Yeah, I have seen Dracula in this game before, but only ever like once. I don't actually remember what he does. Okay, he seems to just be the same as Castlevania 1. In fact, maybe even easier. I woke up at my nap, but I'm going good. How about you? I'm going good too. Been very fun so far. Okay, yeah, this guy is just Castlevania 1 Dracula. I guess he does have, like, a bit more precise timing for his hitbox, I guess. Okay. Phase 1 down. I assume he's gonna have a phase 2. Probably gonna be harder. What the fuck? Is that Shaft? From Symphony of the Night? Classic Castlevania character that I don't even know if he was introduced in this game. Okay. Still have construction going on outside. Ooh. That probably does make it a lot harder to nap, I would guess. Yeah, I accidentally did pretty well during the first phase of this, my first go around, by complete accident, so hopefully I can get the same luck this time, but doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, what the fuck? He doesn't just shoot out fireballs, there's also like fire bars. Okay, I think the timing is as soon as the light goes away. You wanna jump then. I think that's the good strategy. Like, he moves around so much, it's hard for me to always get a hold on him. Oh, fucking goddamn. So I am also going into this without max health, and wait, no, I did mean to get that.
I'm not going into this with max health as well, so that's also part of it, but I think I can do it. I think I can do Dracula even without max health. I'm confident in myself. Did it too late there. The timing's also different with the fourth whip, so it's like it's not too bad though. His timing is actually very similar to Dracula in Castlevania 1, so a lot of the muscle memory from that actually kind of works for this as well. With max health, you would likely easy clear this. Well, the thing is, I haven't gone through the second phase with a single win. First phase, absolutely. First phase, I could honestly probably no shot if I practiced it more. But this phase is the problem, because I haven't even done a single. I did not know those did not always go on the floor. Okay, I guess he has a third phase as well. Okay, I do remember this guy. If I remember correctly, he like shoots bones in the second phase, but I think he only shoots them if you hit him. So he's like really easy to manipulate. Okay, I didn't want to let death happen because now I have to grind for the larger whip and also sub weapons. Although actually I don't even need the sub weapons. I was largely doing that without them, but in fact I've done most of this game with barely using sub weapons. I really should use them more, but I don't think I really need them. But I do need the longer whip because you do not start with your max length whip, and I do absolutely need that. Yeah, now that we're near the end of at least the end of John's playthrough, because I do still want to play Eric's run, but this game's good. It's just, I don't think I like it as much as Castlevania 1. I think my biggest problem with the entire game is the continue system. Kettle, you weren't here for most of this, but I have been slightly cheating with save states, although I've been using them to create checkpoints at the same points where continues would have put you in Castlevania 1, i.e. at the very beginning of stages, because for some reason in this game, not if you run out of lives, but if you run out of continues, because you have lives and continues, both are limited. If you run out of continues, you don't just have to restart the level, you have to restart from the beginning of the game. And I'm gonna be honest, especially on a stream, I'm not doing that. So, I've been creating continues at checkpoints regularly. That's awful, yeah. It's so weird too because, like, Castlevania 1, you know, the NES game that you would expect to be way harsher, that game, no. In that game, it puts you at the beginning of the stage. If you lose a life, it puts you at the beginning of the room, but if you lose a, they need to farm those arcade quarters on your console. Isn't it unlimited? In Castlevania 1, yeah, continues are unlimited as well, so it doesn't even matter. In this game, though, they're limited, and I don't know why. Yeah, they need to farm those arcade quarters. There is a Castlevania arcade game that I do plan to play as well called Haunted Castle. And I've heard it's really hard, but it's also apparently pretty short, so, you know, it may be difficult, but hopefully it won't be too long. And I know it has, it'll probably be a while before I play that one, but I know that one got like I don't know if it's a remake, like a full-on remake, or just like a port with some quality of life stuff, was in the Dominus collection, I think it is. The, not this collection, this is the classic collection, very different, but the Dominus collection, I believe, is the DS games one. And I think that one added, or maybe it's the Advanced collection. One of the collections had like a remake or remaster, I'm not sure which,
Haunted Castle, and I've heard it's like actually genuinely pretty good, so I remember it correctly. With this, he doesn't hit you if you get at like an angle under him. So like not directly, but okay. For the Action 52 spooky game. I'm sure you do. Where are those retro achievements? Where are the Action 52 achievements? Playing risky games bringing up well, I mean, he is Dracula. Like, he is basically saying, you know. Is it too surprising? Okay, that one, I guess I can't get rid of with my web. Okay, I figured out the timing for this first phase. It's not too bad. It's literally just Dracula from Castlevania 1, but like slightly more difficult. Except the timing may actually be more forgiving, because I think he has a larger hitbox. Yeah, I think he has a much larger hitbox, so I think the timing is actually more forgiving than in Castlevania 1. But other than that, he's mostly the same. It's just his last phase I need to figure out. Which I do know a little bit about his last phase, more than I do his, this phase, but... Actually, I wonder if I can cheese it with holy water. Maybe holy water does something special to him. Who knows? Oh, why did I jump into that? I don't think it does. I don't think holy water does anything special to him, unfortunately. Okay, I got hit while living in there. I need to not do that. Okay, I think I found the position to stand to avoid these. Okay, this first phase is actually really fucking easy. Okay, the timing on that's a bit strict, but it's not too bad. Okay, I say that and I gotta do better. Risky bringing up Action 52. Girl, I have gambler addiction in my blood. Oh yeah? I don't think you're gonna win this gamble, honestly. I don't think you're gonna win the Action 52 gamble, to be honest. May not also be a bad idea to throw my holy water just before as like a kind of a failsafe, just in case. Get it? Castlevania Bloodline? The Europeans wouldn't understand that because they don't call this game there. Have you played the Vampire Killer on the MSX2? No, but I do plan to eventually. I want to play like every Castlevania game. The only ones I have ever played, I played Symphony of the Night with Kettle like a year ago. I played Castlevania 1 obviously on stream, this one, and then I played Castlevania 2 like 3 days ago. Those are the only games I've played, so no, I actually haven't played that one, but is that the remake of Castlevania 1? The one that got ported in Chronicles? Because if it is, I know that one's like ridiculously difficult. Yeah, if it is that one. Okay. Yeah, assuming it is that one, I do want to play that. Not for a while though, because I've heard that game is like ridiculously difficult. I got very lucky with the firework placement there. I hate that you can only do the upwards whip when you're in the air. Like, it's not too big of a deal, but it is kind of an annoyance. I think the lag, the slight bit of lag from when these are out kind of makes it actually easier to dodge them. Okay, what was I doing there? Yeah, the last phase I definitely still need to kind of get a bit of a better handle on, but I think the first two phases, I can do at least consistently enough to get past them. Maybe not quite no hit, but you know, not quite Dracula 1 levels of skill, but, or Castlevania 1 levels of Dracula skill, but I think I can do it pretty consistently to at least get through them. I say as I fuck up the timing so poorly there. Okay, first stage down. Second phase isn't very difficult, I just do really bad about running into him whenever I'm trying to do an upward whip. Very bad about that. I can literally one cycle him actually, if I really try to. Okay, going into phase 3 with decent health, not amazing, but not too bad. I think the biggest thing that I need to really get better at in this game entirely is the whipping, the upward whip specifically. Wait, can I break those mid-air? Okay, I guess I can. What am I doing? What? Yeah, what am I doing? I'm doing so bad at dodging these. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Fucking... Clearly I'm not the best at that last phase. Playing very risky on there when I fucking don't even know its patterns. I feel like that was a bit too late, but I guess not. That was though. Or that was too early actually. Or was it late? Never mind. I'm fucking the timing really bad now. I think I need to start aiming instead for his head instead for like his torso, because that makes the timing a bit easier. The spiral cycle, yeah, a little bit. It's just with the last phase though, like the first two phases I have down pretty well, I say as I'm at half health, but this is an exception. I had to make those noises. Couldn't just not make them. Okay, yeah, this second phase is really... My whip is so short. Wait, did I not get the max whip? No, I did. Yo, was sure, yeah, I did get the max whip. Okay, I need to figure out a good standing position again. The hitboxes in those are actually surprisingly small. Okay, that time he didn't shoot them, cool. Oh my god, I'm so bad. It looks shorter than the other games. It probably is shorter than the other games, I guess, but it's not as short as Swip, period. Yeah, I am really bad at that final phase. I think it's because I can't really get his positioning down super well. It's his projectiles that give me the biggest problem. These first phases though are... This one's just Dracula from Castlevania 1, and the second phase is pretty easy as well, so...
I should be able to pretty consistently get these. I thought that one was way too early, but I guess not. Okay, yet again, just like Castlevania 1, I am now at the point where I can no damage Dracula Phase 1. Probably because they're almost exactly the same. Okay, this guy always goes in these patterns, it seems. Oh, I was so hoping I could no damage that one, but I guess not. Yeah, this one's not very difficult, it's just like, I have to predict the orbs, and that's it. Okay. Should probably stand back a bit for this first bit. Okay. Clearly I do not have as good of a grasp on this as I wish I did. Okay. That doesn't seem too hard to dodge. I just have to do it at the peak of it. Yeah, this is the one where he's gray. This phase I do actually know a decent amount about. This one should not be too bad. Okay. Imagine you watch me play Castlevania 2 tonight. You're getting into the mood. Hey, I'll gladly watch you play Castlevania 2. That'd be funny as hell. I played it like 3 days ago. It's not that bad. Kettle was earlier literally brought up that like Castlevania 2 isn't that bad. And also Castlevania 64 is apparently not too bad either, so but yeah, 2 is not terrible. It's just like very mediocre. Well, who? Ozarius. They sometimes show up as well, but they're cool. And then wait, did I accidentally say Kettle? I meant to say KD. I just realized it took a fucking, yeah, no. You both start with K at the beginning of your name. It's too much for my small brain. Also, I did still get the Steam achievement for completing this game, which is honestly surprising. I didn't expect to be able to after using a password. So I guess that's good. Wait, so I'm just realizing, if you can use a password, what's even the fucking point of the continues? Like, why even have one of those continues if you can just put in a password to go back anyways? That's so dumb. This game's continue system is so stupid. The game as a whole is pretty good. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good. But that in particular is like, what? Why? Going to say, what if I soaked your robot girl charger? Is that because I was drinking water just now? Was the water bottle audible? Let's see. Okay, it does show up a little bit on the mic, just not a ton. No. What amount? Yeah, Mothra is a boss in this game, by the way, Kettle. Mothra is just in this game. Oh, sorry, she's Princess of Moss. Yeah, definitely not. Very different. Kinda crazy how Death was one of the easiest bosses in this game. Even after the boss rush, it wasn't too bad, because I feel like Death is so, like, constantly one of the hardest in the series. Okay, now I get to learn whether this actually was supposed to be Medusa. Because I know okay, yeah, it is Medusa. It does not look like Medusa, but it is green, so... Is that Medusa from Fate? Yeah, that's her. Yeah, she's a rider class. Actually, in this version, I don't know what class she is, but, you know. That's her. That's what she looks like in this game. It's crazy that this game takes place in the same universe as Fate. Who would have known?
Try expert mode. I probably will eventually try expert mode. I've actually heard the expert mode isn't that much harder than the base game. It's mostly just that, I believe enemies do like 1 more point of damage. But aside from that, I think the level design is mostly the same to my understanding. Okay, but yeah, now I'm gonna do the Eric route. I don't know if I'll fully finish this route, depending on how long it takes, because we are already at the 3.5 hour mark, but I do want to at least play decently far into it, and then maybe next stream I'll start it off with continuing from his route. But yeah, it's, I do like this game quite a bit. I don't think it's not my favorite Castlevania. That's still one, and I don't think I'll like it as much as like 4 or even 3, honestly. 3 I think will be hard, but I don't think I'll dislike it. Okay, I thought that he could shoot. I thought he could hit up, but I guess not. And I know that there's like a. Okay, yeah. Okay, I just had to turn the other direction. Okay, the super jump, I guess, just requires... Yeah, that's all it does. Okay. Because I know that can be abused for a lot of stuff, the super jump can. So... Yeah, So... Eric, I know, is like... Some people consider him the hard mode, and some people consider him the easy. Like, but almost nobody considers him the exact same difficulty as with Jonathan, so I'm curious as to whether I'll have more difficulty with him or not. I know he does less damage, and that's the main thing. His boss, he's less good against bosses, so... Am I playing an expert, by the way? Because there are 2 here now. Yeah, You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go all the way up. Actually, I'm double checking. Is it on expert? Because I didn't intend to put it on it, but it may have just automatic. Okay, yeah, it increased the difficulty because I won, which I should probably do expert now that I know the level design. But I'm a baby. I'm a stupid baby. I want to do at least 1 run with Eric as just normal difficulty. Ruins of the Castle Dracula, Romania. I'm honestly kind of surprised that this game is even in this collection. This is the first collection. They did 2 more with a few more of the games. Mostly of the Metroidvanias on GBA and DS have their own collections. But I'm honestly surprised that they put this in the first collection, because I feel like this is one of the more forgotten about games. And now after playing it, I can kind of see why. It's good, but it's like... It's good, but that's really it. A solid quality game, but not much more to it. I can kind of guess why. Okay, can I even hit this? Okay, I don't... Okay, no, he can, I guess. Does he have to, like... I don't know why that wasn't hitting before. Wait, oh, can he not hit too close to him? Can he only hit a certain distance away? Okay, that may be it. That is very likely it. That would make sense. What the fuck is this weapon? I never got this. Okay, I'm guessing that Eric has different weapons than Jonathan, because... Or no, I guess no, never mind. That's just his stage 4 weapon, sub-weapon. But... As I did not get that one with Jonathan ever. But no, it seems to just be his special weapon for stage 4. Okay, we're at the boss. Time for the real test of how much worse he is for bosses compared to Jonathan. Because I know that's his whole thing, is he's just generally considered way worse for bosses specifically. And he is taking it out slower for sure, but it's not like, it doesn't seem that bad. Although it may be more of an issue on some of the later bosses as well. That may be more of a problem. I did not see that bat. I am clearly blind. Wait, I should probably... Yeah. So not a good position to use that at, but I did still want to test that at least once. I have expected to do better this time, considering that I've now done this stage before. And it's not my first run through the game, but no, I'm honestly kinda still doing just as bad on this first stage as I was the first go around. I think I may just be kind of bad at this first stage in general. Also, similarly to Jonathan's fourth weapon, Eric's drawing like a baby. It's the baby sensory video, the Castlevania baby sensory stream. But yeah, it seems like Eric's weapon also takes slightly longer to come out, similarly to Jonathan's final weapon. So, wait, does his range decreases when he's crouching as well? What the fuck? Very odd, but okay. But yeah, his weapon seems to have a bit of a delay to it, which is a bit of a shame. I did not want to do that. Not my goal there. Okay, you can come down, I guess. That was a fucking comedic death. Fucking clown death. I lure the skeleton into the fucking into the death trap, and then I immediately fucking don't see the bone coming directly at me. Wait, okay, wait a second. So he can go up. Why did that not work before? Does he need a higher power up level? I don't know. But yeah, I was trying to hit upward earlier, and for whatever reason it didn't work. So fucking, I guess maybe he needs at least a bit of a spear upgrade before he can go up, I suppose. Okay, this enemy's way fucking easier with him, I feel like, because he does have a larger active hitbox for his weapon. It does last a bit longer than Jonathan's. So enemies like that do seem to be way easier with this. I think I can do this guy without too much issue. I say as I am. You know what, it's fine. Yeah, it is very odd though that his range decreases when he crouches. Not what I was expecting. Also, yeah, he really does. Damn, he does so much less damage. To the point where I honestly may need to rely on the sub weapons for his main damage potential. Oh, this guy can kick. And he always stays directly outside of my range. Yeah, I did not even see that attack the first time around. Stage 1 cleared, life bonus, jewel bonus, nice, nice. Did go smoother than our first go around though, so I think this will be an easier run overall. Although again, I'm not sure if I'll actually fully finish the run. I may quit a bit early. Before fully finishing, just because we have already been going for 3.5 hours. But it depends on how I feel the further we go in. If we get to like stage 5
and I'm still fine with going, then I may just finish it. Yeah, the longer lasting active hitbox on Eric's weapon, I think is definitely the biggest thing that makes him kind of, I don't want to say he's easier so far than Jonathan, but he's definitely a bit safer for normal enemies. If I remember correctly, this is the correct direction. Got through that pretty easily. Although I really should make more active use of the super jump. That seems to be a bit easier with Eric. I think he has slightly longer range than Jonathan did, at least at this point. Maybe with the... Actually, no. No, I think he has longer range. I'm pretty sure. Oh, so he's the opposite of Jonathan. He can only hit upwards while he's standing still. So he's the opposite of Jonathan, which I guess is kind of makes sense. Interesting, I suppose, but ooh. Taking some pretty bad damage here. Not especially good. Yeah, I think him doing less damage is gonna be the biggest issue for the entire run. I think I'm just gonna try. I have enough sub-weapon material that I think I'm just gonna try doing this. Oh fuck, I was too close. God damn it. 1 HP as well. Well, at least the first two phases are pretty easy. Oh, but I don't have the max length, so this is gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. It's not ideal. Not in the slightest. Clearly, I do not want to die against that boss. I will lose my upgrades. I get one from here. Okay, this one drops one at least. So that's good. I don't even know why I'm doing that, because I figured out last time that I don't actually need to crouch for this attack. It looks like you do, but you don't. You can just stand. And he has slightly longer range while standing, so I really should kind of take advantage of that. I fucking walked directly into that. Mini boss down. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, this room's luckily not too bad with anyone, so. Despite it having Medusa heads. the longer active hitbox on that helped so much. Gotta hydrate really quickly. I accidentally choked on my water slightly. Very bad about doing that a lot. The significantly longer active hitbox on that is so fucking helpful. It's kind of crazy how good it is. Like, that alone I think makes him... I don't know if I'd say easier overall, because the bosses definitely do take way longer to take out, but at least for stages, I think that longer active hitbox is definitely the biggest thing that makes him a lot easier for dealing with projectiles. See, like this enemy, I don't even have to really time it. I can hit way early and it will still hit. And that seems to be the case for most enemies. I can still get hit though, so it's not like I'm invincible. That was just me overestimating how long his spear was. He is definitely much slower at taking out enemies than Jonathan though. Because Jonathan I feel like can take them out pretty quickly, but the slightly longer like delay on him using his attacks make it to where it feels feels like it takes way longer to take out opponents. Plus his slightly lower range while crouching, which is still really odd in my opinion. The low range while crouching is an odd choice. Very strange balancing choice, but I fucking did it again. His hitbox, it lasts for a while, but the actual length of his hitbox is significantly shorter than it looks actually. Oh my god. Fucking... Okay. Using one of my continues now. Oh, what the? I get put back here from a continue use? What? Why does it sometimes put me at the beginning of the stage and other times at the exact same point that a death does? What is with this game's continue system? It's so strange. I expected to get knocked back into the pit there. And I'm glad that I did not. I did not expect to get that, but okay. Hell yeah. Fucking... doing this slowly since I am at such a low health while simultaneously at the stairs. They definitely put this axe here intentionally as a way of taking these things out. could not get on those stairs. Those guys are bullshit. You get it? I get it, because like, they're bulls. You get it? It's like an AVGN reference. I get it, I understand. I've seen that guy. Yeah, this guy is actually not very hard, but I think my first run I did actually die to him, but I think doing him for the boss rush was enough practice that I kind of have a decent handle on him now. I say as I die, but I win with what happened. Not that big of a deal. Although, I'm not sure if I'll be able to hit his eye as easily as with Jonathan. I think that's the biggest concern I have of that boss now. Gotta wait for this guy to come back around. Something really interesting about not just this game, but like every Castlevania game, if you don't jump off the ledge but just drop, you drop like a fucking rock. There's no like momentum, which is... It makes sense in Castlevania 1 because it's an NES game, they probably just didn't like program it to do that. It probably would have been kind of hard, but very interesting that even in these games, like the Famicom games, and Genesis, this one's Genesis, not Famicom, I'm thinking of Castlevania 4. Even in these, it still happens. Something I kind of like. It's something that's like, yeah, the technological advancements make it to where that stuff isn't actually necessary anymore by this point in the series. But like, it's kind of just a thing people think of when they think Castlevania, so they just keep it. Kind of cool. Okay, now I can actually hit it. Oh, now he can't punch the ceiling, so he's gotta just jump. He's do his little hops. Also, fucking that fucking flung me so high into the air when I hit the ground. I guess that happens if you hit if you're on the ground when he jumps. Stage 2 complete. Making pretty decent time, although I do remember, even in my my Jonathan run, these first 2 stages did go by pretty quickly. It was the later ones, stages 5 especially, that were like really bad. And I feel like because I don't have the angle, it'll probably be even harder with Eric, possibly. Yeah, cause I can't do the upwards hit while jumping. I feel like a lot of the stages actually gonna end up being made harder. Unless I just found the pattern for them by accident. That would be very nice. Yo, I can't attack upwards from the stairs. I guess it counts as an aerial attack. And I feel like those eyeballs are a bit easier though. Okay, that's all. Wait, how the fuck do I do this without... Can I... Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how the fuck I even do this with Jonathan. No, he can't. What? To be honest, I have absolutely no clue how I'm even supposed to go through here. Can he? No, he can't. Does he have a movement technique that I don't know about? The answer is probably yes, but, yeah, I don't know what exactly to do here. I'm gonna look up. Am I missing something from his moveset? Is there an attack he has that I just don't know about? Bloodlines. Such a professional streamer looking up the video game guide on the stage. But I feel like there's gotta be something I'm missing. Oh, he has a different path. Okay, he can just skip this room entirely. I suppose that makes sense, but there's no other way for him to get up there. I did not know about that. Did not expect this to have multiple paths within each stage. I'm gonna have to fucking invincibility my way through this. I wonder, can I do this even easier than with Jonathan? Yeah, I don't even need to jump. It's so awesome. This is such a cool mini boss. It's so nothing. Now I know this room is supposedly even easier with Eric because of the fact that you can do the super jump, but I don't know, I didn't really find it very difficult with Jonathan either, so fucking knew that was gonna happen. Ooh, game over. And I'm down to one continue. Where was my last save, actually? Okay, no, it was at the end of last stage. Okay, that was actually a bad decision. It's fine, I can do the last boss again. Far enough into it, that's not a huge deal. This is what I get for forgetting to save a checkpoint at the beginning of the stage. I'll have to make sure not to forget that next time. I need to remember that his sphere has less range while crouching. I feel like I forget that a lot. I think I have gone through this room enough times at this point that I have a pretty good idea of what exactly to do. Oh well, if I had gotten that downward thrust correctly, then that would have been significantly easier. Oh shit, that can still hit me. Okay, good. Good to know. If I can take out 2 of these here, then I can deal with the last one on my own without too much issue. Unless I miss the hole. Oh shit, I thought that would have taken him out. Suppose not though. Any wall meat? Nope. Not too surprising. Not really the most necessary spot for it. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I wonder if there's any way that I can cheese this boss by using the super jump. Probably not. Okay, no, I think there is. It's hard to pull off, so I don't think I'm gonna actually do it at all, but it does seem to be an option. We're nearing the 4-hour mark, and I've been going for quite a while. I don't think I'm gonna end off quite this moment. I do want to at least get back to stage 3, but once we finish this boss, I may go ahead and end the stream there. We did do all of Jonathan's route though. Next stream I may do the rest of Eric's route, or I may just do a different Castlevania game and then come back to this one later down the line for a bit of variety possibly. Because I do want to play a lot of other Castlevania games, so. Okay. This game is fun though. I do quite like it. It's not, I don't like it quite on the same level as Castlevania 1. Oh, hi Mags! You know what, I can go a tiny bit longer. I feel bad for stopping the stream the second you show up. So, we've been playing Castlevania Bloodlines, and there are 2 characters in this game. Jonathan Briggs, I think his name is. I already did his route, but there's also a character named Eric Oakard. Woo, I single-handedly extended this stream. Good job. Reality can be whatever I want, exactly. Also, I'm creating save states here. I'm only doing it at the beginning of stages. This isn't real. This is just because the continue system in this game is absolute garbage. But yeah, yeah, this is a pretty fun game. It's not, I don't like it as much as Castlevania 1. It's better than Castlevania 2, which, I mean, not a super high bar even if I don't think that game is horrible. How have you been doing? I've been doing well. I wasn't able to stream the last 2 days because I was a bit busy, but today's spooky Halloween day. I had to stream today. Couldn't not stream on Halloween. It's the best holiday. Awesome screen flickering. I could have just walked past that. I don't know why I didn't do that. Probably should have, but ooh, that is. This game cannot handle that. Don't know why they gave these sprites broad fat splatters when it clearly cannot handle it. I'm planning on hanging out now. Have a fun rest of your stream. Thank you for showing up, Kettle. I'm not gonna be streaming that much longer though. I'll probably, I guess I'll go through the rest of the stage. Yeah, this boss, with Jonathan, it's like, it's still not hard in the slightest, because it can't hit you on the ground. But as Eric, you literally just have to, like, stand still and time your hit, and that's it. This is incredibly easy. Okay, luckily I do at least spawn back here. I don't know why I'm having a harder time going through this without getting hit than I did with John. Because with Jonathan, all I did was I just kept going near the top, and the Medusas never spawned in places where they hit me. I guess I just got lucky both times I did that, because I did die once and had to redo it, but... really interesting stage, clearly. Okay. This boss coming up though, I believe this is the one I had a lot of difficulty with as Jonathan. I most likely will with Eric as well. So I will very likely end up dying, but not the end of the world. But I will have to restart from the beginning of the stage since it's a continue use. But I hope I'm not at the end of my continue usages. I hope I still have a couple. I think I still have at least one continue, but I could be wrong. Okay, no, never mind, I forgot about this room. But luckily, these guys are less difficult than I thought they were. If you just take them out with a sub-weapon, they're not really too bad. In fact, they're kind of really easy if you know what you're doing beforehand. Okay. And I believe here is the boss, so I am probably not going to do especially well against him as Jonathan, since I did so poorly as... Or, I don't think I'm gonna do so well against him as Eric, since I did so poorly as Jonathan. See? So the platform itself is constantly moving, and that's the biggest problem I have with this boss. Aside from that, it's not actually too hard of a boss, it's just the moving platform gets me so hard. Also, I guess I respawn here, that's cool. Again, the continue system is really weird and inconsistent. So I guess this counts as a checkpoint spot, even though it's right before the boss. I would have expected to be sent back to the beginning. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, his hitbox is, on his weapon is really long lasting. Like, extraordinarily long lasting. Am I at the second phase yet? Don't know. Okay, I am. This phase isn't too bad, luckily, so... Yeah, I'm surprised I actually did that in just 2 attempts. So, that's nice. I expected to have a much harder time, but I think he's actually... That dragon is actually slightly easier, in my opinion, than with Jonathan. Although I'm just now realizing, I think Eric may have a slightly lower jump. I could be wrong, but it feels like he does. The platform looks so trippy. Yeah, it's so hard to deal with. It is without a doubt the hardest part of that boss in my opinion. To the point where I kind of, if you noticed, I was kind of jumping constantly. That was both to hit the boss, but was also because when you're in the air, it doesn't count toward the platform movement. So I did it partially to also keep from moving. You know, actually, nah. I think I'll end it there. And I guess next stream, maybe I may do it off stream, but I will finish Eric's run at some point, because I do want to get that done. I do want to finish that. Even though I did technically finish the game doing Jonathan's, I do want to fully finish it, at least on normal difficulty. I know there's an expert difficulty that's like harder, has different level layouts and stuff, enemy placements, but yeah. It's a very fun stream though. Of the ones I've played so far, Castlevania 1, that's still my favorite. It honestly, I feel like it'd be pretty hard to take it down as my favorite, but that one's kind of just because I know this game well enough. Despite not playing it until a week ago, I knew enough techniques that I could get through it with a bunch of tricks and stuff. But that one's my favorite at the moment. I think the only ones here that could take it out of the top spot would maybe be Castlevania 4, but I'm not even sure if I'll end up loving that. Rondo of Blood very well could as well. That's not on this collection though for some reason. I'm not sure why. That's actually not in any of the Steam collections. I know there was a collection that combined it and Symphony of the Night that was on, I think it was only on PS4 though, and it was in like 2014 or something, before these ones, so. But that one I may end up liking more than Castlevania 1, but I think for the moment, Castlevania 1 still stands as my favorite of these. But yeah, it's a very fun stream. Quite an enjoyable one. Yeah. Very successful playthrough. It took quite a while. That was like a 4-hour run of Jonathan nearly. I guess 3 hours if you count the starting time. Starting soon screen time. So 3 hours for Jonathan, pretty slow playthrough, but getting it done is still pretty good on its own. But yeah, it's been a very fun stream. Thank you to everyone for showing up. Sorry you showed up so late, Mags. But yeah, next stream will probably be Monday, assuming nothing comes up again. Unless I may potentially do a short stream over the weekend to finish Eric's run, and only that, but I'm not 100% certain. Otherwise though, Monday will be the next stream, same usual time. But yeah, have a nice day everyone, bye bye. Hope you all have a very pleasant day. Goodbye, see you next time.